Bloody are the pages of history. Since the dawn of human civilization, competition has been ingrained in our bloodlines. Humans have endlessly fought for resources, power, and territory. Throughout history, competition drove human societies to develop sophisticated military strategies and tactics. As civilization expanded, competition only intensified. In ancient Greece, city-states like Athens and Sparta competed for supremacy. Fueled by conquest, the violent bloodbaths of ancient Rome were central to the expansion of the Roman Republic into a vast empire. The struggle for survival, the ambition to reign supreme. War has shaped the course of humanity, leaving a bloody legacy with the rise and fall of empires. As civilization entered the modern era, competition evolved beyond just man-to-man combat into the realms of technology and global financial markets, and the next stage of warfare began. Nations now fight for economic dominance through trade agreements and currency manipulation. Political parties engage in fierce campaigns to win the support of voters and gain control of governments. And some may say the elite central bankers control it all from the shadows. In the modern arena of competition, trading emerged as the battleground where traders deploy their strategies, conquer digital territory, secure profits, and accumulate assets. Like warriors on the battlefield, traders must remain mentally strong and resilient, making calculated decisions in the face of adversity. The bells of war ring deep in your bones. Trading is war. It's player versus player. The violent sentiment is the same, with victors and losers. The deeper you understand that trading is war, the more serious you become about mastering the game. You were born to win. You are here to advance your bloodline. This is the way of evolution, a constant battle for survival. In the financial coliseum, only the mentally strong warriors and disciplined strategists will achieve wealth and power. On this foundation, LTA Concepts was born.
Welcome back, man. Welcome back to the streams, guys. Welcome back. Hope you guys are ready for our release today. "74 pages of pure gold." All right? Hard fucking work. That's what it is. Especially for you right here, right now. Okay? It's the moment to join. This is the moment to get familiar with LTA concepts. Everything that we're doing on stream, off stream, in our community. Winning is what we want. Trading is war. We're gonna go together. Illuminate. Sorry, did I say illuminate? Eliminate competition. Okay? That's our plan. That's our mission. Right here. Absolutely fantastic to have you guys here as always. Okay. It's time. And if you guys already say I'm ready in the chat right now, drop that I'm ready. Let's talk about this real quick. And then we're going to go over gold, of course. Very important. We have already something coming up very, very shortly as well. We have some news as well. A lot of things to discuss here. So yeah, let's dive into the charts as well, fam. Okay. But before we start here, all right, I just quickly want to talk about, of course, everything that's been working on their full release. It has been a big ride so far. I want to do a quick shout out to our team. Without our team, we would not be here right now. Absolutely not. Okay. You need a killer team. You need winners around you in order to succeed here. Okay. So yes, Lorenzo on the live streams, all fun and games, but it's a team that matters, and that's how we do it together. So big shout out to my guy Alfredo. And my guy Igor, Gavin Dentis. Nice voice, right? Nice voice. Thomas, 100%, let's get it. Okay? If you guys want to get access to our full playbook, it's free. All right, it's live right now. It's called ltaconcepts.ai. Click on the link here in the chat. Get your free ebook right now. It can take a couple minutes before it arrives, okay? Just so you know. It takes a couple minutes before it goes here. This is the website right now. Rush you a free copy for the first 10,000 people. We're going very fast already within our private community here. People have been sharing this shit here. 74 pages, okay? So it takes a long time to get through everything. But it's important for us to get familiar with what we're doing here on stream here. No more fun and games. No more gambling. No more maybe this or that. No, this is what we're doing, all right? Day in, day out. Session in and a session out here, also in our private community. We have been now opening up. We have been rebranding everything in our community right now as well here, which is fantastic to see. Okay, we now have our LTA setups page as well, you know, to give you all the tools and necessary things that you need in order to look at particular setups in the market, all referring, of course, to things in our playbook here that make a lot of sense here. It's all based on information, on previous data. I think that's what matters. That's what matters the most. So very important that you get your copy right now. And if you're going to ask me questions about the strategy, and if you are not sure about what we're doing here, then this is the moment for you to get familiar with it, okay? So if you're still going to have questions afterwards, I'm going to keep referring you to the same old thing here because I want you to self-study. I want you to develop as a trader, okay? It's only for the guys that are willing here to learn, to improve, and constantly trying to become a better trader, better version of themselves, most importantly here, okay? So it's a lot of things to go through here, and it should be a lot of things to go through in order to get better here. So get it. Very important here. And hey, man, let's fucking go, man. Let's go, okay? The people in the V3 in our private community already got it here. We're still close. We have not an opening date yet. We will probably open up a little bit later on here. But again, this is for everyone. So make sure you take advantage of it. All right? Beautiful. Incredible stuff, fam. All right. Let's dive into gold here. Okay? Yesterday, oh man, what a good trade. What a good example here. We shared this example already in our private community as well, where we talked about the bounce of the Sunday Open. We said, hey, this is going to be interesting. These are the key levels to look out for. Super, super important. And the reason why is because if you go to gold here, let's talk about a couple of examples here. We said gold key levels, Friday closing range, Monday bullish open during Asia. 2023 Sunday open, 2026 previous daily value area high, and 2214, sorry, previous daily point of control. The Sunday open is eventually where we came from. We were roughly there, okay? We were still at roughly 20 to 62. You can probably not see it here. Let me open it a bit bigger for you so you have a little bit of a better view, okay? We were still above here before we actually, you know, started to come down. Then after that, of course, he said, hey, we're heading back to the 22-33 Sunday open P. Pay close attention to this level, okay? So we came closer and closer to that level right here. Eventually, we came down towards our key level here, starting with the Sunday open. Pay attention to the reaction and candle closures, okay? This is where we came down aggressively. People were extremely bearish. And we tapped into the Sunday open eventually. And then if you look a little bit further, then you can see that eventually we decided to come and bounce from it, giving us a really clean, nice entry model on the 30-minute, as referred in this particular ebook as well. I believe it's on page 50. Okay, we had that beautiful closure, that confirmation, and eventually we ended up going up significantly here with that entry model being on the 30-minute. That candle flip right here after this bounce, beautiful closure. Next candle came down, gave us the bottom wick, flip bullish. Came down one more time eventually here. Even that initial move already was 80 pips or something like that. 76 pips. So that was a great move here. If you held the position, yeah, you probably took it to the highs. And that's a 300 pip move. So very fucking sick. Okay. Now in this case though, when look at gold right now, we have taken out the highs, right? So we created a new all-time high. We took out the previous highs from yesterday. And now we're kind of stagnating a little bit. Every single time we come down, we're getting bought up. We're creating that trend line. That trend line now is building that liquidity to the downside. We have, of course, major news coming along at 10 a.m. here. So that is in around 90 minutes from now. So do take that in consideration. In 90 minutes, we have some important news. Okay. Therefore, take consideration that it might be a little bit choppy here. Now, when coming back to the profile and looking at the previous day, because obviously right now we had a closure of the previous day, as you can see here. This was the Monday range, right? Opening very bullish, coming back to the Sunday open and bouncing from it, closing our daily candle at around, and I need to see where it is around 2152. This is where we closed our daily. Now, when it comes down to the volume profile, what you can see currently is that if you look here and you zoom in a little bit, is that these are high volume nodes. So this is where you're going to find that support here. This is where we have these low volume nodes. This is where that gap comes into play here. And this is key for us in order to move down. Because if you're planning to come down here, after manipulating the previous daily high, okay, we want to make sure that we close at least below, in my opinion, the 2055. And the reason why is because you see a significant decrease happening right there when coming down eventually, okay? So super important. You see it coming down here. If you come close below the 2255 here, I think that we can potentially come down again, leading us back into potentially as our target, the 2241. And the 2241 is our previous daily value area low, okay? So that's the main reason. Only if you see closure below. If you don't see closure below, I don't see a reason to short yet in any way, shape or form here. You know, you can see already on the 1 hour time frame that we are currently getting rejected from the previous daily value area high. Okay, but we're getting bought up quite aggressively here. So we're holding up quite strong. So if we do decide to break out, then I want to see if we can flip this into support. The previous daily levels, key levels to learn, look for continuation to the upside. So it really depends on how we develop, how we close and how we move forward. And keep in mind that the news is coming along here. It might get a little bit choppy once again. Okay. Why don't we sell it while waiting? We reached the 2233. What do you mean? Selling all the way down below here when we break structure? I think it's too far away. I don't think that that makes too much sense here. I think it's too far away and it takes too much time as well here. If that was your question. Okay. Vanel says, hey man, I got the ebook, thank you. Major says, printing the PDF as you speak. Nice. Okay, I want everyone to work on it. Put in the work, put in the effort. Okay, read it when you have your day off, or read it around work, or read it whenever you can. Because on the live streams, we're just using this exact system. And keep in mind that if you go to page 50 onwards, I believe it's page 50, then you will get to all our entry models. Okay, and these entry models are absolutely key for this live stream, right? Entry models are just explained here exact. Then it comes down to 3 different entry models we're looking for, okay? Entry model number 1 is a double wick confirmation with that flip. Number 2 is an internal break of structure, right? So a lower low followed by a higher high, potentially looking for a continuation. Keep in mind that there are 2 entry models on the higher and lower time frame, okay? So it depends on which time frame we're looking for an entry, because it's kind of different on potentially entry model 1A, entry model 1B, entry model 2A, 2B, and then you have entry model 3. Entry model 3 is the most interesting one due to the fact that you see this a lot, and that is what we call the consolidation, the manipulation, and the reversal play. Okay, we're going to see this a lot on stream, so pay very close attention to page 60 as well, talking about the manipulation and the 3 patterns that you see a lot happening around gold. And not just gold, also the indices, okay, like the Nasdaq, the Dow Jones, and all that stuff here. So super important too. Okay, next up is also important to mention here, and that is the following. That is that if you look at the key levels here, when the volume is equally distributed from the previous day, then it's not only the levels that you need to pay attention to, okay? It's also the profiles themselves, the high nodes themselves here, okay? What are the high nodes? What are, big gaps in the market that you can see here? Roughly between the 2256 and the 2250, there is not much happening here. So if you manage to close below this level here, you could expect some sort of follow through quite easily if it aligns with our candle closures and our flips and our entry models and all that stuff as well here. So that's why I think gold is now at that point where we have to wait for that closure and then see how we're doing here. US30, just another potential setup. Okay, US30 looks very good, very good. And the reason why is because, yes, we came down to the previous weekly point of control. We had around 10 consecutive hourly candles above it here. So this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Sorry, 13 hourly candles above the previous weekly point of control here. Just a lack of momentum. That's it. You can definitely see it's holding at support. It was acting as an area of support, but there was just a lack of momentum, of course, during London, during Asia, and pre-New York. Therefore, eventually we came down after touching it so many times that we're heading towards the next level. The next level is 39,333. So that's also a very important level to look at that. See if you can bounce from it. And if you bounce from it, then we might potentially see an example right here. The reason why I like the US30 is because we have seen this pattern exactly before. At least I have. Okay, when looking at the US30 right here, I said we have seen this before. Page 25. This is page 25 of the ebook. Go check it out, read it. Okay, it's at page 25. So let's go to page 25 here. Boom. And what do we see here? Well, we're seeing the exact same pattern. Okay, you consolidate here, you create a trend line, you create a double top here. You eventually bounce from the previous weekly POC, but you break it. You then enter the previous weekly value area low. And that's the moment where you start bouncing and you start driving up again. So this is where you have to pay very close attention to. And I think that we're looking practically identical right now based upon what we're currently seeing here, right? You see that trend. We have broken a trend here. Aggressive move down. Point of control held. Broke eventually. A previous weekly value area low could be the one that we're looking for, potentially for a potential a retracement or reaction here. So therefore pay attention towards the way we're bouncing, the way we're reacting. And if we flip bullish, then a potential US30 long could be interesting. If we break it, we close below it, obviously a retest could lead into further continuation down. So it does not really matter. But again, that key level is super important to pay very close attention to for the US30. So if you trade the US30, then 39,333 is very interesting. Okay. Gold chilling on the 2256, so let's be patient here. Gives us in the meantime another setup to look at as well, and that is the GBP, all right, against the Japanese yen, GJ. And the reason why is because GJ was really clean. It reacted already perfectly from a range. What GJ is doing a lot is it consolidates and it expands. It consolidates in a tight range and it expands and it comes back for that retest. So that retest was there. We came down from that retest. We dropped around 130 pips, which is big for GJ. Now, when it comes down to this range, a potential retest could be interesting as well in case we pull back. But we have to wait and see if that makes sense here. If you draw the swing pattern, you might already get a rejection play. But it's roughly all around that same area. So I have my alert set right now in case we get there throughout the day or later today or whatever the case may be. Then the 191 for me is also a nice level to look at here. So yeah, that's it, fam. All right. If you're not receiving an email, just wait a few minutes or check your spam filter, okay? It can take a couple minutes. I think that's something important to mention here, okay? Can take a couple minutes for it to arrive. I want to see people printing it out. The only problem is that it's black. It's a dark background, so it's gonna take you lots of ink here. But hey, sacrifice meets paradise, all right? So sometimes you have to do what you got to do here, okay? Still want to see people printing it out here. We're gonna come with a white edition later on, in case that's more suitable for you. If you're, if you're a little bit of a loser, then I'll print it out for you in white. No problem, okay? Okay. David said, just got the PDF, looks really great. Thank you for hard work. Hope everyone can really appreciate it. And looking forward to it, okay? Looking forward to it. And again, it's that information. It's more than enough to work with it on live streams and to know exactly what we're looking for, what we're doing, and how we're approaching the markets here. Okay? So sooner or later, everyone is going to know. The core, at least. You're always going to have people coming and going. The core is going to get better, smarter, more aligned, more congruent. And therefore, we know exactly how to crush it. How to crush it. Okay? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that 10,000 copies were done, and you might think, oh, 10,000, it's going to take a while. No. People are going to share this. It's going to happen quickly. It's viral. Okay. We're currently at 672. I don't know how long the stream is, but I think we're just started. 672, right? So, very important. Still holding above the 2256. The 4 hour again is super important as well here, which is closing in 24 minutes. So we're not gonna, dismiss the 4 hour candle closure here, because it's one of the most important candle closures for our day trading model. So we want to make sure that we close below on the 4 hour as well. I think it makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Clients ebook received. Thanks. Nice. Amazing. C-Base ebooks received. Love it. Nice. Rasta says, thank you so much. I'm eagerly to read the LTA concept of your stream. Motivate me. So for the people in our private group, of course, we have our whole lecture series coming as well. The reason why we do this step by step is because I believe in the process. I believe in self-studying. I believe in homework. I believe in the continuation of, step by step learning instead of trying to do everything at the same time. If you want to do everything on the same time, you have the ebook. It's pretty simple. You have the ebook. So that should be good. Yeah. Calisthenics Enjoyer, we took the Asian high on gold. If you break those high volume nodes, we can take Asian lows and then build up. And then all the build up of the trend line after taking out the daily highs as well. Yeah, I think so. I agree with you. People expect the price to move down aggressively yesterday. We didn't. We bounced off on the Sunday open. If you're going to get there again, man, never count out the opening price of the week. Never ever. If you start closing below it, and especially you close below it with a daily candle, yeah, then we might be shifting here. But, it does not mean that internally we can still look for potential, short-term shorts in the market. But, at this particular moment, just be a little patient here with the 4-hour closure. That's what I want to do at least. And if we go because the 4-hour is so manipulative. Get into a short here. Last 5 minutes of the 4-hour candle, we flip bullish. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, let me know how many minutes did it take you guys to get it? So when you apply for the ebook right here, how many minutes did it take you before you received it? Oh yeah, the Nasdaq, man, yesterday, holy moly. I don't know if you guys, you guys are super aware. You guys are super smart here, right? I know you guys are super, there are not many losers in this chat right here, okay? That's why what we saw yesterday, by the way, with the Nasdaq was absolutely wild. That was crazy. We talked about the Nasdaq as well. We said like, hey, we had this zone, right? So, for example, we opened extremely strong on the open. The opening candle was crazy. We hovered around the previous weekly value high a little bit, but we said, hey, keep a close eye on opponent control. Nas broke support at the previous weekly high and is now heading towards the previous weekly opponent control. Another key level to pay very close attention to. Price came eventually, and look what it did before it came down later on. Boom. I cannot even show, it's too big. There we go. What a reaction, dude. Man. Yeah, 15-minute entry. Very, very clean. It came down later. It reversed later. It's now below. But, man, it was a big move. That was indeed a big move. So, yeah. Crazy stuff. What else do we have? Yeah, we had the USD cut. The US dollar against the Canadian dollar. Same thing. Previous weekly point of control. Eventually start coming down as well, I believe. I'm not sure where we are now. I need to confirm this. But an internal confirmation. This is what we call entry model 3. We consolidate. People are going to go short. We then manipulate. So we take out the early shorters. We then expand down. After that expansion, we came up to retest the highs. And we came down fully. And eventually, I think we started to come down kind of aggressively here. I need to see what we did eventually where we are now. Yeah. Breakdown. So therefore, this was a nice reaction. This was a nice confirmation. And this was a nice break to the downside here. I think we're heading towards the Sunday open. The 135.439 if you trade dollar Canadian dollar here. Okay. Yeah, that's easy money. There is nothing like no. There is no easy money. But no, that was easy money. That was easy money. the thing is, you guys are you guys are gold degens, okay? It's like the modern age of gold mining. That's what we're doing here. You guys are all gold miners, okay? You guys want to accumulate as much gold as possible. Speculate on it, buy as much of it, hold it. Gold, 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 gold. Gold diggers, that's a good one. That's a good one. I agree on that one. I agree on that one. That's a good one. When LTA starts videos on YouTube. So we have the ebook now. People are going to work with it. It's practically a course. It's practically a course. Then we have the lecture series in our group. And then I'm going to start posting on YouTube. $60 minutes for the 4-hour closure. I realized, very simple, if you don't know what strategy we trade, then it's also very hard to follow along here. So now the guys know exactly what we're looking for. And that's why the live streams are going to get better. It's going to get more enjoyable. And when we win, we truly win together. We really, truly win together. It's not all Lorenzo. Lorenzo, give me a signal, please. And then when we win, 75% of the time, right? You guys are extremely happy. And then when we lose a trade, but I lost the trade, Lorenzo. I'm a grown-ass man, but I'm crying right now. That's why we start with the education. So, you know, that mindset evaporates completely. Okay? No more crybabies here in the chat, please. And if you see crybaby fam, you know what to do. If we together see and witness a crybaby live on stream, you know what to do. Yeah, you know what to do. Yeah, we call this the psychology part here. Shout out to Gavin. Okay. So if you guys are wondering, like, did you do it everything yourself? Well, I wrote 90% of it, but you know, Gavin played a major part here in the creation of it. He's working behind the scenes, doing a lot of work. The video that we recorded here, his voice, very nice voice, by the way. We should use this more often. Very nice. Yeah, so we have a section here. I think it's important to refer to the 10 laws of trading psychology. Okay. So we have probability thinking, tactical management, battlefield awareness, strategic discipline, okay, emotional fortitude, data-driven confidence, personal responsibility, operational excellence, calm objectivity, adaptive learning. Okay, go through it a couple times here. That's trading in a nutshell for you. Just curious, why don't you trade futures instead of CFDs? I heard futures is the playground of the pros. I do trade futures as well. Yeah. Yeah, we will have a feature section also in our Discord as well. Okay, 12 minutes. 4 hour, baby. Let's go. Let's close it. What are your thoughts on instant funded accounts? Funding accounts are good. It depends on what it is. But I think I'm pretty reasonable. If you need more margin, I mean, if you need more margin to work with, if that's easier for you, then it could be beneficial. A lot of professionals do this. They literally buy real capital right away. They hire, back in those days, they rented the desk and they pay them on a monthly basis. And then they get access to a bunch of information that they have gathered in that company that's working at. As some sort of freelancer, freelance trader. And based upon your performances, you gain more capital. It's just so accessible and so easy now that everyone can just buy a challenge simply right now and just, potentially get funded here. So the game has changed or has shifted for retail, but for the professional traders, it's still relatively similar. Yeah. What futures platform do you recommend? Well, number one, we have TopStep, and number two, we have Apex. They all have their own rules here. I highly recommend it for our scalpers. If you are a scalper, then I think that TopStep is by definition maybe the best one to look at. Due to the fact that there is no room for swing traders here, so do take that in consideration. Don't you like to trade futures like the Nasdaq and ES? I love it. Yeah, why not? I trade the Nasdaq. I trade even the USD on futures sometimes as well. Like, I spread my risk on multiple accounts. So I have an account just for the live streams. Then I have an account on another broker. Then I have a futures account. And then I'm playing around also with some prop firms, testing some stuff out, see what works, see what doesn't. More for kind of an, for my experiments, you could say. Yeah. From the ebook, when you're in Discord, ask as many questions as you can. I'm going to be full-time working in our Discord, asking and answering every single message in regards to the context within. Sorry. Anything, okay? No more questions about girls, please, anymore, because I said it one time on stream and I got a shit ton of messages after that about, hey bro, I'm 20 years old, my girlfriend, what do you think I should do? Bro, that was a mistake on my end. So, okay. Keep it LTA related for now. I might be in the mood later again to start answering your girl questions if that's so important to you. Okay. I know you guys are G's, but let's focus on our finances a little bit. Yeah, manipulation of the 4-hour incoming. Yeah, well, that's exactly what I'm waiting for, to see if that actually is the case here, because we're holding up way too good. I don't see a reason to enter, to be honest, now. I'm not that convinced. I want to see much more conviction here. Otherwise we're going to have something as last time, where, the setup is amazing, but there is just not enough follow through at the moment. So we're going to see how that goes here. Okay, US30 is breaking below. So again, the closure is same for the US30. It's also the 4 hours, so keep a close eye on this. way we operate here. Dollar, Canadian dollar might be another opportunity. If you guys trade other pairs as well. But gold is holding up here, you see it? So do I need to subscribe to trading view for the fixtures foreign profile? Good question. I think it comes with it's either free or it comes with the lowest package. Yeah, but there's a reason why they're doing it. I'm telling you, there is a reason why. Because it's so powerful. Before, by the way, it was just an indicator, but they flipped it into an internal tool in their system because they got it. They just got it. They got it. Yeah, we're holding up. We're holding up. Did you review the dollar? Yeah, so I have the dollar right here in front of me. The dollar is at support. Dollar is at that daily support right now. Okay, so we came up, we broke this previous high. And yeah, you can see here that we're tapping into it now and that we're kind of reacting from it a little bit. Not too strong, but we're seeing some sort of reaction at least. So yeah. Lorenzo, I was never trading futures. What is a platform you recommend? If you use a prop firm, then and you are not a scalper, then I recommend you to just go with the regular firms. I'm not gonna give you a firm. I'm not going to say trade with this guy, because the most loyal and most, in your eyes, trusted prop firm can go down in a matter of seconds here. That's what I realized later on as well. Okay. Yeah. That's just the reality. So, you know, make sure you spread your risk amongst these firms. And just don't you know, put all your eggs in one basket. Okay. And that's it. If you can afford a $100,000 account, then buy a $50,000 account and then spread it amongst two firms. Done. That's it. Yeah, gold is super strong though. Super strong. So, you know, definitely holding up very well. Yesterday was a really good entry model. Hopefully today we see something, you know, potentially similar. If gold is not doing anything here and it's just chilling, we might dive into the indices a little bit around the NYSE. And we have news, of course. So I think the JOLTS job openings are coming along. And again, do take consideration that yes, it is that time. The NFP. The NFP comes on a Friday. So I want to make sure that you are fully prepared for that as well. That means that we have a couple of days where we potentially will start preparing for the NFP. And you know, that could then include that during an NFP week, we have seen many times before where the volume is very inconsistent. It comes and goes, it comes and goes, but eventually you start ending up in a big range for a couple of days. So you just start simply ranging. And that's why I kind of expect a range getting formed over the next couple of days for gold as well. And then during the NFP making a decision here. Are we going to pivot or are we just going to continue up? Do you have a stop limit on the price level if it breaks the first candle? Or do you have to wait for the second candle to close above the first candle? No, so if the bottom wick or the top wick, depending on your position, is strong enough, then I'm happy with going in market. whenever I see that double confirmation from that exact key level. It has to be a strong level. It has to be a POC level. It could be a value area high or value area low level as well as the Sunday open. And you want to see a really nice response from it. So the best idea is, usually what you can see is that you do the following. You come down, you tap into the POC. You come down, you tap into it once. You then create that wick, you go through it. It seems that you break through it, but the closure is right on it. And what you tend to see a lot is that the body closes exactly on that level. And then the next one, you want to make sure that you have a bottom wick. So if you don't create a bottom wick, you don't enter. If you do create a bottom wick and you flip it, then you look for entries right away. Right away. But it comes after that closure, right? The closure has been done already of the previous candle. That's why. So in this case, I'm only looking below the 2255, 56, you could say, for potential short scenarios here, due to the 4-hour closure. If the 4-hour close is above it, I'm gonna be more cautious here. I think that we're holding up too strong, and I don't think we're gonna do much until the news potentially, unless we just shoot up and then potentially look for continuation, which can easily happen. Yeah, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait and see how that goes here. US30 gonna be interesting also after this hourly closure though, because a retest into the previous weekly value area low could be interesting, because your stop loss is gonna go up there, and you target then. Yeah, this is where you kind of react from initially. Yeah, this is what I like a lot, and I've seen this setup as well a lot. Okay, we call this the SMC trap. So this is the US30. You have that expansion here. You tap into the this area of the month. You can get a quick scalp from here. So that means you go long, you wait for that reaction, and then the previous weekly value area low starts to turn into resistance. And then at some point you're gonna see that if you start closing multiple candles below it, that there is a chance to manipulate, do the consolidation manipulation, and you then break down, take out all the stop losses that were built up from the people that entered in this area of the month here. We call that the SMC trap. We have a couple examples here as well to look into. I don't know, it should be somewhat around the... Let me confirm this real quick. 4-hour closed above. So be patient here. Still looks very strong. Gold's holding up very, very strong at the moment. Where is it? Where is it? I think it was even lower. Fibonacci. It was of course the previous weekly, yeah? There we go. There we go. Okay. This is what I mean. So you come down. You have this area of the month. Price taps into it. SMC traders, supply and demand traders, they think, oh nice, we're holding above this beautiful area of the month here. I'm gonna go and look for longs, internal, external, wait for that pullback. You have that fair value gap, that imbalance above. And then you tap into the previous weekly value area low, and you can't break it. You start ranging below it, you can't break it. And you create these top wicks. If you see something like this, then you can already assume that these stop losses are a potential target below that zone. And it induces people to go low, yet it then comes down and breaks it. So that's exactly what we could potentially see now with the US30, okay? Market is not identical, but it could rhyme. Therefore, if you come down and you bounce from it and you start holding below, then shorting into demand is a potential scenario. Okay, the 4 hour has closed. I really think we're holding up way too strong for now. When we trade Forex in futures markets, do we really trade in the real market? When you trade currencies in the futures market, yeah. Straight into the source, my friend. Pop-am. Right away. Yeah, right away, right away. So when it came down to our entry model here on, let's say, the 1 hour, you could also say the 30 minute, but the 1 hour looks a little bit better, is the following one. So you have that break here. So you create that top wick, number one, number two, then the third candle breaks, but it doesn't have that top wick. So you're already careful that that 1 hour candle doesn't have a top wicker. So that could scare you a little bit. And at the same time, you have that POC, right? So yeah, the only thing that I think about now, you know, is potentially then looking at some sort of reaction. So like some sort of like tap and then a reversal and a break of the 220 to 50, 56. So you come up, you break down, and you look for continuation. At least I know that sellers then are most likely here in control, and that we can take advantage of that retracement and then that continuation to the downside. But for now, I think we're holding up quite well. Buys are just simply above here for me, like above the 2263. Looking, you know, looking for further price discovery. Amir says, unfortunately, Vantage does not work with Iranians. Any other broker you recommend? Let me check. I don't know. I can't find any broker I know for Iran. I don't know. 8 cap? Maybe 8 cap. Yeah, maybe 8 cap. All right. Calisthenics, did this GU trade worked out? I think it did. I think it did. Congrats if that's the case here. Well, you know, the SMC trap on what time frame is the most effective? 30 minutes for me personally. 30 minutes. Hey man, value area high, VHH means value area high, correct. Yeah. Get the ebook, you have all the terminologies at the end, all right? Everything. So not a single level is unclear to you. Lorenzo, please tell them to like. God damn it. I think we're on track. I think we're on track here. 368? Looking good to me. Looking good to me. I appreciate it though. Yeah. Alright, how did I determine which range should I draw the volume profile? Once again, download the ebook. I think gold is holding up strong. Yet it's also not really that weak. It's in the middle of something right now. Okay, and I think it has to do with, of course, the NYSE, the news, a couple things that are going to come here. So it feels like Trap City to me, a little bit for now. Let me see if there are a couple other potential setups here. I know you guys like gold. All right, all these gold diggers here. I like gold too, by the way. Don't get me wrong. I like gold too. But yeah, gold's coming down, but at least a candle closure. If you see these wicks here, you don't wanna get bought up again at the moment just before the closure, right? So follow through is what matters here. Oil, man. People have been talking about oil for a while here. Oil, yes. I was waiting for that one. Wow, it's there. It is there. All right. Wow. We are arrived. We arrived at our location. Okay. This was the swing high. This is the swing low on the daily time frame. Super important. Daily time frame for oil. There are some oil traders here. Okay. I think this aligns also quite nicely with the 618. Nice. We tapped into the swing value area high. Okay, on the daily. We call this the swing value area high. Okay. Right here. And what happened on the... Let's look at the 30-minute. 1 hour. Initial reaction. Good. Entry model was right here. This was the entry model. Wick, double wick confirmation. The next candle flips it. So it creates a top wick and it flips it right into that level. What we said before, the body should be closing right on it. And look how perfect that level is protected. 85,570. Now it's looking for shorts for oil here. So looking for further continuation to the downside for oil. And then stop loss above the highs here. It came back to retest it one more time. Target could be this level, right? Previous stop of that expansion. Luckily you break through it and you look for further continuation down. But that swing very high on the daily is super, super good. If not today, then tomorrow, because it is a daily candle. So do take that in consideration. It is a daily candle. And it could come down here. So yeah, that's the entry model 1. All right, that's what you're going to find on page 50 again, or page 49. Okay. 50, my bad, 50. That's exactly the same pattern, all right? Just the other way around. See that? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Oil looks like it wants to go down a little bit. 4-hour closed bearish as well. Or closed semi-bearish. Sometimes because it's a daily level, you have to wait for the daily as well to develop. And to close. Ron says, hi Lorenzo, why do I feel it's inviting a lot of sellers at this level in order to go up? Liquidity generation basically. Yeah, that's why I'm not shorting. Because I see that same thing happening here. You know, we came down again. We were just here. And now again, you see that triple bottom wick formation. Yet you are entering some key levels here. So yeah, my suggestion for me is to be patient. Because you could easily start flipping things into support here. And if you do come down and whatever, then at least that closure is going to be key. Are you scalping swing? You could say yeah, day trading, somewhat in the middle. Like we're trying to start, you know, we started as a scalp, and if we can take it to a bigger trade, we will. Aha, that's why. That's why I like that. So go from the swing low to swing high here. And look what you get here. This is on the lower time frame. We could say lower time frame swing. It is a very nice flip here. That's why you don't see, that's why that shorting was not a possibility unless you close below it. And we didn't close below it. That's why we didn't take a short here. It's looking very strong still at this particular moment. It came back, pulled into the 2254.5, and it's now moving up towards the, I think, 2263 again. So unless you're a micro scalper, then that might be interesting. But it's respecting it very, very well here. So in case you push up here, yeah, then there's just a bigger chance of a continuation here, man. From that retest continuation up into price discovery. Trunk is the same. And what are your thoughts on instant funding accounts? Yeah, we talked about that one. Yeah, like I said before, there's nothing wrong with it. What are the rules around it though? It depends. I'm not sure how Finitive works. I don't know what the rules are. So it depends on the rules. If the rules are not that fancy, then, or interesting, then yeah, you might have to be a little bit careful. Why is gold not following the rules in the dollar? At this particular moment, there are some external, yeah, you could say external features that have an impact on potential gold price here. Number one is the 10-year yield. Number 2 are the potential geopolitical situations here. Gold is driving up super aggressively. Previous monthly gave us around what, 1,800 pips or something like that. So there are a lot of external drivers here now within the market, and it's China. China's building up a lot of or buying up a lot of gold. So Finitive, yeah, I could do some research for you and give you an answer later in Discord, man. If you don't mind, you can check it out. So 12 more minutes for the NYSE Open. And then 30 minutes after that, we have the Jules job openings here. That's important news. That's big. That's important. Tuesday news is important. Wednesday is usually a little bit... Yeah, the ADP and stuff is usually a little bit boring. That's tomorrow. And then Friday is the big day. The big day. Yeah, the funny thing about the NFP week is that when it's Wednesday, then you always feel like, oh wow, Wednesday, so much news. The ADP, the S&P, the PMI, SMI, you name it. So much happening. Usually it tends to be a bummer, right? It tends to not be as exponential as you expect. But today might be a bit better. Look at the 10-year yield, please. Yeah, we bounced from support, broke previous resistance. Now we're breaking through it today. Already reaching our new level of resistance here. So yeah, gold's holding strong, very strong against every other currency at the moment. Yeah. Gracious, thank you for the ebook. Thank you for taking your time to go through it. Yeah, I do agree with you, Ernest. He says gold is trying to create a freaking insane huge bubble to burst soon. Yeah, the bigger the move, the bigger the pullback. Facts. The question is when, and that's the problem. It's the people try to time it, and then yeah, it gets messy. They burn a couple times here, but it could result into a bigger win later. Now we're holding a very, very strong above the POC here. Yeah. If the previous daily value rejection was not there, then this would have been a direct long entry. And the POC, by the way, as well. So, yeah, if you start flipping this into continuation, I don't see a reason for it not to continue up unless the news comes out and the news just flushes everything out. That would be the only thing that would hold me back, or potentially would, you know, shook out all the, you know, longers here. Shake out all the early longers, flip them, and then still look for that bounce here. But if we start coming down again to the Sunday open and we hold above it, so let's say we come down with the news. I'm just hypothetical. Then what you're doing is we're just starting to build that bigger range, and that might be continuing, you know, throughout the week. We have seen this many times before during NFP. One big range until Friday. So we are already working on our second edition, by the way. This is edition 1. Okay, we call this the alpha edition. The next edition is gonna be bigger. Bigger in size. So that's why it's important for you to ask questions. And the reason why it's important for you to ask questions is because these questions are highly appreciated, because these questions are gonna potentially be used to improve and create a version 2.0. And that version 2.0 will be a fine-tuned version of 1, right? And therefore, what we're trying to do here is to just, you know, release, build the foundation, release, feedback, conversion, improvements, release, continuously building, becoming better. And, you know, ending up in a couple, you know, a massive book, a couple 100 pages full of information. But you have to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. And the idea is, of course, that after that, we start having these hard copies, you know, these actual physical books. So you get a feel for it. Because, you know, that's G shit when you release a book. When you become an author, that's G shit. Yeah, well, we're raging, fam. Chilling. What is Oil doing? Oil is holding. Yam. Ooh, Yam basket's gonna be interesting. So keep close on the Yam pairs. Yam pairs is gonna be interesting here. Let's go back to the US30. Almost at the month. This is where a lot of guys will go long. Just because we have that expansion. This is gonna be an important lesson for us for the next coming hours to see how that goes. And then you have the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq is absolutely getting annihilated right now. This is the what we call the Titanic play. Okay. Timilski says, moving to Bali in a few months. I'm excited, but shitting my pants at the same time. If I happen to bump into you, I'll buy you a beer as a token of appreciation. What about you come to the gym with me? All right? To the boxing gym. And we go for a little sparring session together. Sparring an LTA student live on stream. 9 a.m. EST. Quince is looking for gold shorts. I think gold is holding up very strong at the moment. We're in a what we call a tunnel. So rejection here, bounce from here, while also having the 2160 there as well as potential like resistance as well here. So you're in between support and resistance. Somebody has to make up their mind today later on. And that comes when the volume comes into play here. I know this is a stupid question. How do you choose your time frame, since sometimes you enter on the 15, 30, 50 minute, 30 minute, 60 minute? That's not a stupid question at all. It's a very good question. That has to do with the candle structures and the candle closures. So, you know, depending on what time it is in the market, let's right now it's 9:28. So obviously now is the most important candle is the 30-minute candle. If you're looking at a setup and you're looking at potential entry model, then the 30-minute candle right now is the most important candle. So that's one layer. The second layer has to do with the way the candles are shaped, especially around certain levels. You want to see a certain development happening. That development can vary on different time frames. You start to recognize this later on. But it depends on the time frame, and it depends on what time you try to enter, because then it matters. You know, the hourly kind of maybe is more important than the 30-minute. And if the 4-hour even is coming close to a closure here, then maybe that one is important to see. You know, how does the 4-hour develop, and so on and so on. You can scale this down. Confirmation entries on the lower time frame usually come from initial reactions on the medium time frame. Quick question, all right, to you guys. Would you recommend a new trader to trade gold? Like, let's say a brand new trader. What would you recommend? Better question. What would you recommend him to trade? Kind of curious here. I see a lot of eurjpy. A lot of eurjpy. I kind of get that. I kind of get into that, to be honest. Because yes, okay, less pips, right? Less money for your lot size. Or less, sorry, a lower pip value is the better answer. But in essence, you see, you know, it's tend to move a little bit slower as well. Cleaner as well sometimes, so it depends. But at the same time, it also depends on what you start with. That's also true. So if you start out with gold and this is all you know, yeah, then this might be an interesting one to work with as well. So it's personal preference. If I had somebody new, then I personally would say start out with, you know, the major Forex pairs. Get familiar with how structure, you know, how market structure works, how to utilize the foundation, the actual basics here. Mike says yes, because if you can learn to trade gold, you can trade anything. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. That's for sure. Shouldn't you do a lot of pairs instead of just one? I think at the beginning, it's very hard to focus on too many pairs at the same time, especially when you have never traded before. You're gonna get overwhelmed. You're gonna lose track. It's really nice to start out and get familiar with something. And later on, you can multiply that. How do you save templates, lower time frame, POC? Okay, so if you have the horizontal lines, we don't use horizontal lines too often. We use horizontal rays. Okay, the horizontal rays are set here. You click on it. You go right click. You can type in you know, some text, whatever. All right, whatever you prefer. POC. You go. Click on template, save as, and you type it in. That's it. My friend went to Africa and somebody tried to trade his sister for 40 goats. Interesting. Okay, help me with the settings. The settings are at the beginning of the ebook. So the settings are here. Page 13. Okay. That's where the settings are. Page 13. Okay, we have the open. Number one, open. Let's see how the Nasdaq is responding here. Nasdaq is absolutely getting destroyed. Destroyed. The US 30. The yield is very strong. That's why the market is coming down. People are selling their stocks, putting it into the 10-year yield. We're tapping into that demand. I would not buy here for sure, but no. That's what we're waiting for. Some sort of bounce reaction into the previous weekly value area low. Yeah. Gold is chilling, waiting for the news here. That's what's up. Anything below the point of POC, interesting. Anything above the previous daily very high, interesting. I'm leaning more towards buys based upon how we're, you know, holding up here. But hey, anything can happen around the news here. Yes, we have been building some of that beautiful you know, liquidity here to the downside, but hey, gold is holding up very good, very strong. Would it not be better to use lines rather than rays so you could see the relevance of all time frames and levels too? I don't think it matters. What matters is that you understand the time frame you're looking for, a specific time frame. Anything before that is irrelevant. So if you draw the previous week, right, you have that indicator, by the way, the free indicator. You can get it also in our Discord. People had too many questions about where it is, so we created a separated channel for it. We call this the where is it? Yeah, where is it now? LTA indicator. Okay, begin here, all the way at the top. Sorry, so many. LTA indicator. Click on that link. Get this one in first. Then you can get the data of the day, each day, the week. Then you know exactly how to draw this profile. Super key. Super key here. Yeah, for now gold is driving up here. But we're back in the very high here. So And the news is coming, what, in 20 minutes? So entering now is very tricky. How do you determine the previous week or current weekly range? That depends on the market. If there is a chance that you can pull back into the previous week, the week matters, the previous week matters. If you expand significantly and you create a bullish trend, a swing profile matters. If you consolidate and you expand aggressively like GJ is doing, GJ was a great example, a fixed range matters. So based upon that, you have information of every different type of structure. All right. Also mentioned in the ebook as well. We talk about this over and over. When to look for what. Where do you see where the news is? The news you can find on Forex Factory, investing.com/economic calendar. Roman says I use the LTA concept, but I draw the volume profile on the current and previous month. Works beautifully, yeah. It works very well. Depending on the range, works also very good. What I see happening a lot when you do that is that the weekly tends to align with the monthly. A lot as well. Or at least one of these levels aligns very strong. Okay, Brabek, give me 1 minute. Okay, so 20 minutes for news. Holding below the previous daily value high, holding above the LTA swing POC. So instead of using horizontal support and resistance, these are my horizontal support and resistance levels for now. Anything above or below, we will evaluate, see how we can look for these type of confirmations we're looking for. But for now, I think waiting for the news is, I think, one of the best things to do here. Okay. This could easily be another rejection play from the previous daily value high as well. Because the yield is very strong. The yield is looking very good. And that's why the stock market is tanking. Best Life 20 family. Thank you for the ebook. Lots of work. No problem. So in regards to the private community, by the way, right now, what we're doing here is we're sharing a bunch of setups. Okay, this is from yesterday. We had the gold, we had the Nasdaq, we had the dollar, Canadian dollar, we had the US30. The only one that's still in play right now is the US30. Potentially, so I keep this thread open. But I'm gonna put in a lot more setups here. Potentially after the stream, I will start sharing a couple more setups. This is also for Forex pairs. This is not just for gold. This is for the markets, right? What I do is I set these key levels, and based upon the ebook, it's literally self-studying, okay? I fine-tune the levels for you, so at least you get guided with the right level, so there are no confusion about the levels here. That's where we're building it for. You have the ebook, you have the entry models, you have the things you need to look for. We're gonna even make it better over time, but that should be already enough to work with, to start looking and see, okay, once price gets into these key levels, I know exactly what I'm waiting for, what I'm looking for. That's where your studying comes into play here, okay? But that's why it's key to pay very close attention towards a lot of setups that are coming along here. And I'll give you these levels to look out for. And it's up to you to decide, okay, once it reaches it and you see formation, how to enter it. Okay, so that's going to help you tremendously. Okay. And hopefully you can make some money. Some money. What is your potential hypothesis for the news? To be honest, the way I see it right now, that it could be boring, but I'm not 100% sure here. But when it comes down to the chart here, we're getting rejected currently. The last 5, 10, 15 minutes, we always have to pay very close attention to what gold is doing, because it tends to build that liquidity for a reversal play. So if the last 5, 10 minutes we start pushing up, then I'm not as convinced that we're just going to keep driving, that we come down again. If we start pushing down, then, hey, we might be pushing up here. So yeah, for now we're ranging. But I'm going to play the aftermath here. That's it. So we'll see. Sometimes we have such clear potential levels to look out for. Because yeah, we have seen it, let's stream with news trades, that we tap into that level perfectly, but there are no levels right now to look into because of the fact that gold is at an all-time high. That's the main reason. It's right here. Timo says, can find this the channel with trade setups in Discord. It's only visible for members. If so, how do I apply for the membership? We're currently closed at the moment, so we might open later, shortly. We don't have an announced date yet. Yeah. Why didn't you enter on the bottom with confirmation at 8:30? So we had we had some levels in between that were very tight. Very tight. So that's why. And again, we had the NYSA, we had the news coming now. Do you have a bird in your house? A parrot? No, I don't have a parrot. I do have a gecko. I don't have a gecko. It's a wild gecko. Okay, there are a lot of wild geckos here. They make a certain noise. I was thinking about just showing you how it sounds, but yeah, it would be a little bit too awkward. You'll probably think, hey, what's wrong with this guy? Well, you might already think this sometimes, but yeah, I don't want to make it worse. These geckos. Yeah, I love geckos though. Geckos are awesome. Lorenzo, are you a lizard man? Are you seriously, we have 11 minutes for news. Are you seriously asking me if I am a reptilian? Is that your question? If I'm a reptilian? I'm not a reptilian, but let me tell you a secret. Wait. I am not a reptilian, but I'm gonna tell you something. You wanna know? All right, I'll tell you a secret. I'm not a reptilian, but okay, I'm just gonna tell it. I do not exist. All right? Everything you see here on this stream, my cap, right? This is not real. We're using advanced technologies here behind the scenes to operate. Yes, with some entertaining features sometimes. That's how it goes. But in essence, I am your AI trading bot, your trading algorithm, right? With some comedy updates and integrations. That's all it is. CGI, baby. Not LTA, CGI. Minutes for the news. Yeah, so we're driving up here 8 minutes before the news. So, you know, we took out the highs here, the previous highs here internally. Like whenever I see this, I'm never surprised if price reverses during news. But that's what I've seen. But that's why we're not gonna risk it for the biscuit durate during news. We're gonna wait for the aftermath here, see what we can do. Your mic is still lagging sometimes. Is that the case? Okay. Yeah. I need to buy a Shure mic. That's what I need to do. I need to buy a new mic. I need to buy a Shure mic. Something, you know, really fancy. That's what I need. I personally like these type of, you know, podcast mics right here. But, you know, there are definitely some issues here. I agree. Facts. Facts. 7 minutes, fam. Are we patient enough here? Wow. Yo, we have to celebrate something. All right? 1,000 copies downloaded here. 1,000 downloads today. 1,000 downloads here. All right? That's a, hey. Yo. Woo! New music? Ah, shit, you got the glitch again. You found it. Sorry, I kept you in the loop. You don't notice it, but I'm keeping you in the loop all the time. Right? How do you think we can build up these live viewers? By trading? Lorenzo, what's the game plan? I'm going to wait for news here. The previous daily very high, fantastic level, 2263. LTF swing, 2255. I see these as my horizontal levels right now. I'm going to wait for a reaction here from the news. This might just be a fake out, to be honest. But because we're in all-time high right now, right? We're in all-time high territory. It gets very hard to find certain key levels from the past to say, okay, this is where we can bounce, this is where we can reject from. So when we're looking and waiting for news while we're literally at an all-time high level, yeah, obviously I'm gonna just wait for that for a reaction here. Let's see how we can anticipate. That's it. Fake out on Nasdaq. Well, I don't think, yeah, that would be crazy. You're started smashing through this demand. So that's interesting. This is not a fake out, my G. Yo. Bro says this is a fake out. Sorry, bro. You're a G, but it's just funny. It's a big fake out. It's a big fake out, that's for sure. It is a... These quotes, man, these memes, right? Love it. Nasdaq will reverse here. Hey, I don't doubt that one. Let's zoom out a little bit. We have like 3 minutes left. Yeah. Swing POC indeed. So hey, listen, this is super important level. You know, I can't deny that's indeed what we're seeing here. So yeah, let's see how price develops, how price closes, number one. 3 minutes. If it's above the 18,056, then it's time to look into our entry models, right? See what's happening around it. So could be 50. It could be, no, it could be 50. It's probably 50 if we're gonna see reverse. So let's see. 2 minutes for the news, fam. Cowboy, my man, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I hope Canada's treating you well still. Shout out to Cowboy. One of our favorite human beings here in our community. Most appreciated. Okay, 1 minute. Dollar is coming down. Dollar is coming down quite aggressively. Yield is in resistance as well. Yield is also in resistance. It looks strong to me. But hey, we'll see how the news goes. Yeah. Fake out? Question mark? We're gonna find out in 5 seconds. Yeah, that seems bullish to me, but we'll see if the reaction is the same here. Holding up strong. Nothing too crazy. Still pending? No, not on investing.com. On investing.com, you got it right away. Yield indeed pushing a little bit further down here. Nasdaq closed above it. Nasdaq closed above the POC. I'm gonna let it cool down a little bit. Pretty neutral here. Overall, it looks quite strong, so there are no signs of weakness for me right now, based upon gold here. The highs are at 22.67 here. Look how it's flipping, right? Pushing up, flipping down. Farm comes in here. 62k smash. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Nice. Yeah, let's go to the higher time frame here. So the 1 hour. This break. You have the previous daily value high here. You have that small gap below here. I would have loved to see that small gap fill coming down and then flipping bullish. But I think gold is looking quite strong right now. $50-minute, let's see if you can go here. Low offenses sell to hell. I would be careful. No. Yeah, definitely not selling. Yeah, gold is going. I try to avoid the news a little bit here today. So I'm trying to wait and see how we develop here. Hey Lorenzo, got a nice 170 pips on NAS. Mainly all the volume lessons learned from you mixed with my own strategy. Changed my trading for the better. Thanks, bro. Amazing, amazing. So what are you mixing with? Let me know here. Nasdaq is setting up for a reversal. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's very good. That's very good. The next candle, if we flip down and we come in, we have a long. We have a long. We have a long. We have a trade there. Okay. For gold, looking very strong here. But again, let's see how we close. And if there's room for continuation. Nasdaq looks very good. If we close this other 30-minute candle above here, next one comes up. Very good. Very good. Because after such an aggressive move down here into a critical level, the swing POC, we talked about this one before. The way you draw it is from the lows to the highs. You take this whole swing. It measures all the volume traded between here and between here. Giving us the 1856 as a very important key level. Most volume traded right there. Makes sense when you look at this low. Makes also very much sense when you look at this overall bigger range. I think you see the alignment here. You came down aggressively. You sold into this zone. Okay. Even if price decides to continue down here. Even if price decides to come down after that retest and you continue down here, then at least that bounce is trade worthy. That's why if you see this and you react from it, you close above it. The next candle develops as well. And there is enough confirmation here based upon the next closure and the development of the other one. And then you're going to start seeing a reversal and a bounce. And that bounce is tradable, right? Stop loss below low, targeting the previous range. And the reason why this makes sense is because of the 10-year yield being in that resistance as well. And the reason why the stock market came down so aggressively was because of the, from a technical standpoint, the use was coming up aggressively as well. So I can already see it becoming a long stream today. For sure. How many trades are you planning to take before the stream? It depends on the confirmations, right? We have our rules, we have our playbook set. The Nasdaq gives us an ideal potential entry. If things play out the way we want it, ideal. Gold is, waiting for a closure here. Gold is in all-time high, so gold is very tricky around here, as it can swipe the highs in reverse. Yeah, for the Nasdaq, if the Nasdaq stays above here, that will be the best. That will be the best. I'm looking to trade that bounce here. You see that many times before. You start aggressively, come down, you hold above it, you give us a confirmation, you create an indecisive candle, the next one flips it and reverse up. And the timing is perfect because we had the news behind us, we have the New York Stock Exchange open. So the biggest play has been done. And now with the news not being good for the dollar here, that is also going to affect the yield. And that could potentially balance out this session. And if that's the case, then this could provide us with some nice opportunities if we start closing above it again. So that's the NAS. For gold, yeah, sellers are stepping in now. So just pay attention how we react around the previous daily value area high as our key to refer to. So when it comes down to how many trades are you planning to take, I mean, sometimes we take 2 trades, sometimes 0, sometimes 1. It depends on the market, depends on what we see. The biggest lesson that we have gotten here, I think, on stream is that we don't force anything. Because I would never be able to maintain a 75% win rate by forcing trades. No way. The good thing is, though, it's a new month. So a new month, new opportunities, new ways of tracking the month. That's gonna be good. Is your journal free? My journal is free, yeah. 100%. I created it myself. I'll take Constance book remaining part when released. I mean, bro, you have literally 74 pages to go through right now. Okay, so before you talk about the next book, read this, okay? Anyways, why do you think the price of trading are different from the price on Ninja Trade even though it's futures? Because it's futures. When I look at Forex, these are CFD contracts, right? Contracts based upon contracts. So the gap in between could be a price difference. So yeah, prices are not the same on futures and Forex in that manner. But the good thing is that the patterns look very similar. The movements look very, very similar. So you can still utilize the data from futures to make a calculated decision when trading Forex. So it is still possible. And there are definitely opportunities out there. Sign up for the ebook, check both my fault is not received yet, something wrong. So I think it will take a couple minutes. It should take a couple minutes. It will not come directly. It should take maybe 4 or 5 minutes max. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it takes you 4 or 5 minutes to get here. And, you know, so yeah, make sure you check out your spam, your junk folder as well. I think that's important. Yeah, my vision would be to print this shit out. You know, high quality printing and then, you know, do some giveaways or something like that. That would be sick. That would be absolutely incredible. But for now, it's about the information. Yeah, you might think, oh, we're coming down here right now. But I've seen it so many times when the last 5 minutes of this candle starts to push up back above the POC here. Not all the time, but when it does, it gives us a fantastic signal. That gives us a reason to pay very close attention for a reversal. Wick 1, wick 2, wick 3, flipping bullish with a wick as well. We call that the double wick confirmation entry model. And then look for that push up here. So yeah, it's not about where price is at. It's about how price closes around this level. But hey, let's see. Yeah, gold is looking very, very strong. So if you don't manage to come back here, then it's just for me to see, okay, how do we respond at the 263 Is there a continuation potential? If it doesn't happen, then the NAS is the next opportunity here. So I'm gonna hover between the Nasdaq and gold around watching this 30-minute candle close here. Nasdaq and gold. And by the way, the oil is looking very good as well. Beautiful rejection as well. Daily level, swing very high, 1 hour. Gave us that double wick confirmation again, right? I hope you guys are seeing it. If you guys pay attention to the ebook here, then you see wick number 1, body closure below. Wick number 2, body closure below. A candle number 3, top wick, candle flip around the value area high. Still a protected level. That protected level was at 85. Target is at 84.7. If you come down below that, you're lucky. All right, you have an amazing position and you can hold your position longer. You can take out a percentage here. If you go back and you look at it, that's exactly what you want to see. And that's at page 49. Read through that section and check it out because it's or page 50, it's identical, right? Candle number 1, candle number 2, candle number 3. Doesn't have to be that this wick takes out the previous high. It can also be, you know, a triple wick touch. It can also just be that wick number 1 and wick number 2. It's important that wick number 2 takes out wick number 1 and that the candle number 3 starts flipping it and starts actually breaking structure. You can take out the previous candle, the candle that starts the POC first, or the indecisive candle. But it all depends on the previous expansion. So that's just an example. But I would read through that. Yeah, you will see this happening a lot here, and I think oil was a perfect example of that break. We're seeing this happening many times. So yeah, if you go to an example here, even when the price came down super aggressively, I think at the end you will see the same thing happening as well, where you have that confirmation right here, something like this. You tap into it aggressively, closes above, flips, and comes up here. Stefan says, will NFP push gold down? I guess so. You know, well, anything can happen around the NFP. Like if you look in the past in general, NFP has been always, or has been giving us these major pivots in the market. So NFPs, yeah, I've seen it many times happening, where you bottom out, you create a top, and you pull back. What gold needs to do here first is to just, you know, expand aggressively. Keep in mind, we are coming from like if you go back to the monthly time frame, we have been breaking out of a range since June 2020. So this is practically a 4-year range that we're now retesting and expanding from. I'm still looking at the 2360 as the short-term, let's say, end target here for gold. I still believe that that's possible. But I don't want to look too far ahead and just say we're going to go to 2360 right now, okay? The reason why has to do with the Fibonacci sequence here. But, you know, hey, anything is possible. Anyways, while we're waiting for the Nasdaq, exactly happened in Bitcoin last hour, giving a long trade. Okay. Let's see if it happened. Yeah, it's similar. It's similar. It's not the same, but yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I do like the NAS here. If he starts flipping here, we close. It's about the closure. Friend of mine is Andrew Dates. Good luck in the session. Aye, boy. Shout out to my G. Henry. Is the book still available? Haven't received any emails? Yes, it is. It is still available. So get it right now. Use another email. If not, create a Gmail. Use that Gmail account. You will get it in any way, shape, or form eventually. Okay. It's free. Get it. 74 pages. You're gonna sleep like a baby tonight. So gold is going. NAS is showing us the ideal setup here. So if gold keeps going here, then NAS is my focus. Yeah, I can already tell you, it's going to be potentially entering model 1 here. Yo, for sure. What volume indicator uses in gold? Fixed range, volume profile. What do you think about UJ? It's ranging since 10 days. Dollar yen. So the yen is now kind of holding up very strong here. The yen is potentially very interesting to look at. Dollar, yeah, dollar is indeed coming down here, or pushing. Sorry. Yeah, coming down here. So this should have a good impact on the indices, yet also potentially the yen here. I'm not sure what the yen is doing. I need to confirm this. I think the yen is doing better. It's stagnating. It's not that. It's actually not that good, but it's doing better than the dollar. Better than the dollar is doing here. Drive services, bro, I just bought gold at the top. I mean, who knows, man? I mean, you know, gold is doing its thing. That's for sure. Let's see. But manage your risk, bro. What's the difference in price between micro and mini Nasdaq contracts here? Why is the difference $200? Yeah, sometimes, you know, you have to understand that each individual chart is separated. So each individual contract operates differently. If buyers and sellers are more aggressive at some point at a particular contract, then of course you're going to create a difference. Usually this balances itself out due to the arbitrage, right? The arbitrage traders especially are making sure that there's enough liquidity in order to balance that out. Sometimes that's not the case, and especially not during aggressive moves in the market. So yeah, that's sometimes the difference between you know, different types of contracts, especially. Ancient Orc says 2261 buys, good. Yeah, if we come back to the 2263, then yeah, I'm very interested to see how we go from there. But yeah, it's looking quite strong right now. We have 1 minute 30 seconds for the NAS here to do its thing. If Vessel, hey man, what's up? Last stream you said that I'll message you privately again. We'll get back to you, bro. Relax, relax. We'll be fine. There we go. 50 seconds here. You want to close above it? Body is enough. A body closure above will be fantastic. All right, buyers are stepping in right now. We have 36 seconds left for the closure. Do we still wait for entry on gold if the price pulls back? Yeah. Yeah. It's good enough for me if the price, if you create a strong bottom wick on this next candle. So obviously you want to see price coming down a little bit better here. Look at the Nasdaq as well. I want to see what's happening on futures. If you can find some of that alignment. Nasdaq, there we go. Strong rejection, by the way, from the previous weekly POC as well here. Man, this would have been a crazy trade. Was this today? No, this was... Yeah, this was during London. I was not trading London today. Crazy trade though. Yeah, same thing. Okay. Give us a nice level and we'll get there. What is this with the US 100 and the Nasdaq? Are they correlated? They're the same. Same contract, different broker. US 100, NAS 100. Gold is slowing down a little bit. Lorenzo, what lot size should I put in for the Nasdaq? Will be my first time trading and I have a 10K account. You have a calculator, depending on the risk you want to take. You have a calculator. You have a, you know, you can just type it in on Google. Nasdaq position size calculator. Because every contract size is different. It depends on the broker you trade with. So the amount of units differ. Sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 1, sometimes, you know, so be careful. Connor says, is NAS focused on tech companies where US is more generalized? So yes. Nasdaq top 100. Top 100 tech companies indeed. Ania says the book is a myth. Sign up with 3 times over 30 minutes, nada. You're right. It doesn't exist. I don't know what's going on. Figure it out with the team. Maybe customer support in our Discord, and then we figure it out together. Because other people are getting it. Let me know in the chat here if you get it. And if not, then if there is actually a problem, then yeah, let me know. We'll fix it. Maybe because we just got 1,000 ebook downloads in this stream. So maybe it's a little bit overloaded. Should not be, but maybe. Alright, gold's pushing down a bit. Nasdaq is still not that strong. Also, by the way, my question to you, just, you know, super honest here. I know many of you guys trade gold. I'm just curious to know if people are potentially interested to trade other pairs here as well. This is for the you know, the core. Just so you know, I just want to see if there is some more room here to look into some other pairs sometimes. Okay, we give gold the privilege, but if not, if gold doesn't show us a setup for that day, or something is not what we're looking for, right? Then that there are other trade setups and other pairs potentially that we can take here, because there are a lot of opportunities out there. For example, just yesterday when I was sharing the setups here, okay, we had gold, we had the Nasdaq, we had the dollar CAD, and we had the US 30. And I still believed, I think the Euro GBP was another one. So there are a lot of opportunities out there. I just don't want to spam you guys with all kinds of different charts to get it confusing. But at least if gold is not within our reach, within our we might, you know, look somewhere else sometimes. I think that makes sense from my side, but it depends on what you guys want. So let me ask you guys in a poll here. And let me see if there's interest, all right? Or if you guys just want to stick with gold. Let me know in the chat. It's good to know for me. Chris says a big thanks to Lorenzo for your effort to deliver this amazing ebook. Thanks for your streams. Your indicator gives much better and cleaner overview. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, bro. Thank you, G. Appreciate it. JMX says the additional charts are great practice. It helps me to train. My eyes want to look for the more charts, the better. Okay. Yeah, so that makes then in that case, I will make sure that even if gold does not give us our playbook setup on stream, that I have at least 2 backup ideas that day. Doesn't mean we're going to use it. If gold gives us a setup, we focus on gold. But at least then we have, you know, some backup plans as well here. It's better for me as well, because I trade a lot of different pairs in general. So for me, it's only a good thing. Just saying, just saying. Yeah, okay, let's go. That's clear. Yeah. I mean, we've traded many Forex pairs before on stream. I mean, that's for sure. We did it before. But the problem was that like I don't want to go and look at 10 different charts. Like that's not gonna work properly. That's why the live stream is also in this industry right now are mainly focusing on one pair, because they don't want to overload people with information. But to be honest, for my own trading, you know, thinking about myself a little bit also, I would like that. I would like to look potentially at another setup as well when I get the opportunity if gold doesn't give me the you know, the play that I'm looking into. And because you guys know exactly now with what we're releasing here, exactly what that playbook is, what that ebook is, and what our entry models are, then there are also no questions about that anymore. So we can look for these types of entries on multiple different potential pairs. Extreme infection. I figured there could be an issue with some email domains and not receiving the email at all, but Gmail works. Letting you know, and thanks for the book. Looks good. Okay, thank you, man. Thank you. Great information. We'll figure it out. Lorenzo, we need a valid trade setup for the dance mode to be engaged. Yeah, if you want me to dance, then yes, we need to be in a losing position. We need to be in a losing position. Otherwise, I'm not going to dance. All right? There's a lot of your streams. Can lie, some of your trades are really risky, especially when you trade against the trend. All love though. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. I appreciate the feedback as well. However, bro, based upon all the previous trades, some of them were against the trend, and sometimes it pays off as well. So, yeah, it depends. It depends. But I think now with what we do here, what we have here, the clarity for everyone. Yeah, so that should work sometimes, right? As long as we're keeping our win rate up and our net profits up, then I am satisfied. Pushing hard, pushing back hard, 2263. So we do have some room here. That's interesting. I expected a much more... yeah, I didn't expect a retracement like that so aggressively here. So... yeah, so this was really clean for oil right here. That's why I think that we should trade multiple pairs sometimes on stream. if gold doesn't give us a direct opportunity. But that's the exact setup we're looking for. This is one setup, one entry model. Okay, that's it, just one. Or a couple. We have around 6 entry models in total. 5, sorry, 5. But yeah, this is a prime example. Hourly closure, looking good so far. Let's see how we close the hourly. That's why I think we're going to be here for a while, fam. Because I'm not going to let the Nasdaq just slip away from us, okay? Gold, we'll see when it comes down to 63, but hey. How many times have we tested those 5 entry models? Thousands of times in back testing. Hundreds of times in real-time trading. So this LTA concept and everything that we've been building here, it's not this like that I just came to the idea like, oh, you know what? I woke up. Yeah, I'm gonna build a strategy. I'm gonna release an ebook next week. I can assure you that's not that's not how it went. Okay, this came from a year and a half of like trying to figure it out here, and that's why I didn't introduce anything in our community yet, because of the fact that I was not ready yet to release it. I felt not ready yet. I didn't have the information and data to back it up for myself. So I had a lot more things to do before I could do that. So it took me a year and a half to not just test, but also just to create and develop. And if you go back to my Trading Nut interview a year and a half ago, so I think roughly a year and a half ago, then I was using the volume profile already. But not in the way we're using it now, but I was already implementing it. Uh, 63 has been hit? No, not yet, not yet. Not yet. What is the best account type by Vantage for small accounts? STP? Standard? How long have you been streaming for? I've been streaming since the summer of 2022. So, man, is it that long already? Yo, that's crazy, guys. "22 months. But I took a little break December and January of this year and last year. 2.5 month break. Trying some stuff out there. 3-month break, sorry. Trying some stuff out there. But yeah, when we came back into live trading, boom. To the moon. So it was a sign that I was not ready yet to quit my live trading journey. I had to do something still. Okay, 263, wow. 30 minutes for that hourly. I'm gonna highlight the POC here. And for the net, that's the question. Are we going to close an hourly candle above it or not? Yeah, keep a close eye on gold too. Took 5 minutes to get the confirmation email. Yes, it takes around 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's a bit busy. For sure. Brian says, Balejo, when I was waiting for to short it from the 280 level, reverse before. Roland, how did you came up with the 280 level? I'm curious to that. Let me know. Is it a psychological level? What's the reason why you picked 280? Fibonacci retracement? Yeah. I'm personally not even a big reader myself. But when it comes down to information, I try to explain it very... I try to make the ebook very instructive. So, if this, do this. If that, do that. If this, look at this. And not try to make a, a fictional thriller from it. The FIP extension, okay, yeah, all right. Lorenzo, could you please explain a fixed range volume profile that you draw in your gold chart? So this measures the volume of candles right here. So when guys are trading futures, they're trading because the main reason why people are trading futures is because they get access to more information. And that information is sometimes super important. And the professional traders, you could say, right? They tend to use the depth of market. They tend to use the footprint charts. They tend to use the heat maps. All of that stuff is usually, it's simply futures related, and does not work with CFDs. So therefore, the thing that comes the closest to that information on Forex pairs, on gold spot, on Nasdaq CFD, is the volume profile. And the volume profile is measured, and it measures the bid and ask around a certain level, on a certain price level. In this case, you could say that around the 2254, there was a massive battle going on between the bid and ask here. Sellers got exhausted, buyers took over, buyers took control here. And that's a key level for us to know. The fact that the 2255 is where buyers took control. Now, some people see this as a simple market structure, okay? Higher high, higher low. But that's for me not always the confirmation I'm willing to wait for and look for. Sometimes the way we're shaping up around a key level is enough for me to look for certain entry models. And that's why we use the volume profile. Very powerful tool. And once you're going to try it out for yourself, you will start seeing and picking up levels before they actually go there, and you reach that level, and it just literally bounces exactly from that level. And it's very hard to find these precise levels. There are guys that are like SMC traders, right? They look at these order blocks. But there are so many areas of demand, so many order blocks, breaker blocks, you know, out there that it's you know, it's much more spread out. Whereas this is super clear. You have a couple of key levels. If price pulls into one of these key levels, you know exactly what's happening around it. You know exactly what kind of entry model you're looking for. And based upon that, based upon the timing on the market, what the current day of the week, are we in? Are we trading above or below the weekly open? Like, what are we doing here? Utilize that. Get a pretty good, solid understanding of what's going on. So that's why all that information is in here. And that's why I made it free. So the live streams can only get better from there because people know exactly what we're doing here. Yeah, so for now, for the gold price here, if you go on 1 hour, this hour coach is going to be extremely important. Obviously, what tends to happen when you have an aggressive wick, so you pull up one more time before an actual move down. Even if you push up here, I think there is still a chance of some sort of wick fill. But what we're doing now is we're entering our old range again, right? This was the range where we initially came from. So we swiped all that liquidity. We're now back into that trading range right here. Obviously, anything below this can look, in my opinion, for continuation down back towards the Sunday open. And the 2235. Sorry, not the 2235, 2240. Anything within that range can still be a little bit tricky here. So if we move up and we close above it, then a potential scalp into like a wick fill could be happening. But if you close below the previous daily value or high, yeah, we're back in that range. And if you're back in that range, then of course they're going to go potentially for these lows here. And if these lows are taken, then that continuation is there. So this is kind of the no trading range. When it comes down to the Nasdaq, we have 4 minutes left. So if the Nasdaq closes above the 1856 on the 1 hour, we're still in potential buys here, or potential buy possibilities here. If we close below it, a retracement into it could be a potential scenario, but then the yield needs to push up. So yeah, let's see how we go from there. Looking awesome. Would you consider a black and white version that prints better? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna create it. It will not be as fancy, but for a printable version, let's make it happen. Do you trade with EMAs? No. No, I don't. I do not use EMAs indeed. unless we're talking Bitcoin on the weekly or something like that, but that's it. I have been trading with EMAs before. The first strategy that I used for a long time when I started out was an RSI divergence with an EMA. So the EMA cross 2050, 1 hour with an RSI divergence. Swing. Yeah, I lost a lot of money doing that as well, yeah. It was just not consistent enough, and then I was not patient enough. And then I was going through like, whatever. Well, to conclude, I wanted to swing trade every day. Does that make sense? I wanted to swing trade every single day. So that means going to 25 different pairs, trying to look for that swing trade setup every day, and scrolling through all of it. See gold at 5 minute. I like what the gold is doing on the 5 minute. But yeah, no, nothing yet there. Yeah, Nasdaq closed below here, so buys are out of the picture from the zone. It's so important to wait for entry models and not for anything else, because that's the only, for me, proven way of trading. You should sell this precious book for $50, $100. Yeah, that would just ruin everything. That would ruin everything for what we're doing here on stream. The reason I created this was for, of course, our guys in our community, but also for the people on stream. Because we got the question every day, Lorenzo, what's your strategy? What's your strategy, right? What is that profile thing? What's that volume thing? So it's like, yeah. Let's get this clear, right? Let's make sure that everyone gets this information the best way possible. And then you can start implementing it and make some money. And then come back to the stream and say, hey man, just made some money with the previous weekly point of control. Let's go. Let's go. So yeah, money can beat that. Okay. Yeah, looks weak, but 2025 Like I said before, the 2025 is where buyers stepped in significantly here. I think the previous daily point of control is not as relevant. The very high is. So we're just simply back in that range here. Anything outside of that range is where it's interesting. We have no more news. We have no more open. Yo. Here. Lorenzo, are you building a cult? What can I say? Well, first of all, I'm not building a cult. I don't exist. I am. This is all Fugazi, right? You're just talking to an algorithm right now. But anyways, yes. Like I said, guys, I see time to eat is coming to Bali. So if he comes to Bali, we're gonna do a podcast for sure. We might take a live stream. We might stream live, dude. That would be sick. We might stream live. Get him here to my crib. Okay, go live. So he's coming in. Yeah. Anyways, cannot give you a date, of course. That will be inappropriate. But anyways. Gonna show him around Bali. That would be nice, huh? Test. I'm new, but can you explain what you're waiting for? You have not entered yet for buy or sell. We're back in the range. Not interested in trading within the 63 and the 54. So if you want to have more information, download the ebook for free and you get all the information about what we're doing here. Yeah. Lorenzo, does the row size make a difference in the volume profile? Yes, for sure. And not for your levels, but like I said before, it's not just the point of control very high, very low you have to pay attention to. You always have to look at the high volume nodes, okay? The high volume nodes are important to mention, the high and low volume nodes as well. It's gonna help you with your targets. It's gonna help you with things that you're setting up here, okay? So it's not just the key levels that matter. It's also the nodes themselves that matter. So therefore, put it at 128, and that will help tremendously. Do you recommend trailing stop or just let your setup do its work? I like to manage my trades. You know, we call this active trade management. Anything can happen at any given moment in the market. So you can be in a beautiful setup, get up to your profit target, you know, and then eventually price can reverse when you potentially could see it coming. Well, that's my way of doing it. Some people like to just set their target, enter a trade, go from their laptop or computer, come back in 1 hour and see what it did. And that's sometimes better. So it depends on your personal strategy. That's it. Okay, the fact that we're breaking down here is interesting. The volatility index has been absolutely killing it, but it is now in indeed in resistance here. This could still just be going. It's looking too strong. Depends, it's a very wide range. I don't think this is a really wide range here. I'm not sure what you're looking at. You look at this one. Yeah, that's a wide range, but that's not the range I'm talking about. I'm talking about the 62 and the 55. Hey Lorenzo, you like high win rate with low risk reward? 1 to 1, 1 to 2, or you prefer low win rate with high risk reward ratio? Well, on stream I prefer low risk to reward, but sometimes low risk to reward, you know, leads into follow through setup, so trades that just keep going and going. So it's the average of like a 1 to 2 that I'm aiming for. And the reason why we're looking for higher win rate setups here and high strike rates is because number one, obviously not everyone can be here every single stream. So you just come one time and you lose a trade and it's like, okay, you know, and if our win rate is low, but our risk reward is extremely high, I cannot expect from you to be there every stream to get that big trade. So it's, you know, preferably looking at the higher win rate setups. But I'm also not interested in, you know, in 5 pip trades either, right? 5-10 pip trades either. That's also not what I like personally. I like to go for, yeah, the bigger potentials. Nick, my G, good luck at the gym, friend. See you soon. Talk to you later, bro. But yeah, upstream, of course, sometimes I go for the high risk reward setups. It depends. It depends. But overall, the strategy remains very similar. Very similar, if not practically the same. Lorenzo, teach people to not trade if they're too emotional when they trade. Yeah. It's like, you know, it's hard for, it's just, I don't know. I don't get it, to be honest. I get it before. But I don't think that crying about a trade is reasonable, is acceptable actually. Because then either like something went wrong with your risk, too much hopium. There's just something is off. Something is not right. And it's up to you to decide why you are a crybaby. Either it's risk or, you know, the confidence in your trading strategy, the uncertainty that it brings. Like there are a lot of different reasons why potentially it could turn into you know, your emotional state. For me at the beginning, when I was a little crybaby, it was because I was not 100% sure about the strategy that I was using. That was my biggest reason at the time. Why didn't you trade the news like you always do? Because we're at an all-time high. And we're trading in an all-time high. Yeah. So even if the Nasdaq is doing this, right? What I do is this. So first thing I do is I go and I want to see these body closures above here. This is too late. This is a closure below. So this could result into a fakeout, or the chance is much higher. So let's go to page 50. Obviously you can see that in this case, the POC is right below the body closures, right? The body closures are actually above the POC level. You don't see that with the Nasdaq right now. Let's go to a trade example. An actual example. So there's an actual trade that we took before. Doesn't matter if it's bullish or bearish here. Yeah, this is potentially interesting. Okay, every single time you see that the body closures are below or above the point of control. In this case, when it's, you know, below and it comes through it, you can just flip around here. So if this does not work on, let's say, the 30-minute and the closure is below, that does not mean the trade setup is gone. It just means that we have to move the trade setup from the 30-minute now to the 1 hour and see what the 1 hour is doing. In this case, the 1 hour closed below as well. So now it's up to the 4 hour to decide if we can manage to close our body here. So you turn this into a higher time frame trade setup along the way, if you are willing to do that. Okay. If you then close the 4 hour below and the next 4 hour does the same thing, that's when your entries come into play. So it doesn't mean the setup is invalidated. It just means that the setup on that time frame is invalidated. So it depends where you are. And I like to go from the lower time frame to the higher time frame and see from there. So if the 30-minute does not work, then I go to the 1 hour. If the hourly closes below, go to the 4 hour, and so on and so on. Lorenzo, do you have a copy of your Excel to register the trades? To register the trades. Yeah, we track everything for sure. If that's your question. If you want to have it for yourself, go to make a copy. Go to file, make a copy. And the link's in the description. So yeah, that's important to know. Okay, it does not mean that the setup is invalidated. It just means that the setup for that time frame is not valid any longer. That's a key difference. For now, like I said before, either we have to go outside of the 2263 or we have to come below the 2254. Yeah, I hope that helps with the entry model, right? So just pay very close attention to these closures on different time frames here. I think overall the market is very slow. We came up, we came down, we dumped back into that range. And we're back on that trend right now. We're holding above that trend. Same thing is happening here. You could say potentially, okay, maybe it's worth a buy roughly around the previous daily the point of control from yesterday. So that's here. You know, something like this. So you are actually there now. So that's the previous daily POC. And look for like a 30-minute entry model there. And then put your stop loss below the LTF swing POC right here. But it has to give us then an entry model there. And that could potentially mean that we're holding above that trend. That we flip that candle bullish. The next candle opens up, gives us a bottom wick as well, and flips that previous candle. And if you then flip and break the previous daily value or high, that you can go for continuation. That's the only trade I would take within the range. But then these formations from these candles have to be exact. If we do come outside of these ranges, it gets easier to look at entry models there. But it is a level to look at and not to neglect here, which is the 2260 here. So if you see then some sort of entry model on the 30-minute, where this candle gives us that bottom wick, the next candle as well, and it flips bullish, that might be a short-term bounce. Okay, check the Nasdaq chart because it's closing below, isn't it? We're back at it. We're now claiming back. The 4 hour is the most important here. I would stay out of the market until the 4 hour closes. Hi Lorenzo, I'm new to your channel. I just got the ebook. I'll study it and hopefully start to earn some money with you because I already blew up a few accounts. By the way, great content, very informative. Thank you. Naughty Gamer says, bro, I'm so dumb. Can I make it in trading? Yes. Yeah. Can a C student make more money than an A student? How much did you lose before it became profitable? So I had an unfair advantage, right? I made a couple really good gains in crypto as well. Blew that up. Thought I was the king. Thought I was the best trader in the world. And then lost like 70% of it. So hey, that's my journey in a roll up here. So yeah, made some, lost some. Overall, never stopped grinding, never stopped working. Always tried to be better, becoming better. And the more money I was losing, the more serious I became. And the more I wanted it. And the more I could not accept that I could not do it. Because I already invested so much time in it. And the more in time you invest into something, the more and the harder it gets to get rid of it. So for me, there was no more way out for me. This was it. I could say, okay, in trading terms, I could have given up many times before. But the reason why I never did this, because I felt that this was my new identity. I invested so much time now into this thing. You think after so many years, I'm going to just quit now? And I'm just gonna leave it and then start something new that I then have to learn over again, a new skill set that I have to learn for 4 years, 5 years to become good at it? Or am I gonna stop being a little crybaby and I'm just gonna put on my big pants, my big shoes, right? My big boy shoes, and just keep going. Because think about it, everything that you're learning now, right? You can say in 2 years, I'm gonna quit. Like a loser. And say, oh, you know, it's not for me. And then you wasted 3-4 years of your life to then say, no, it's not for me. You know what I mean? That would be not that nice here. Okay? So I get it. If you're 6 months in, I get it. You know, you tried it for yourself. It's not for you. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But if you're in it for a couple years now, then just keep going, man. Because you have put in too much work now. It's now time to step up your game and to become more serious. There's actually an entry model on the Nasdaq. Okay, check it, please. What entry model are you looking at? So even entry model number 3 is not correct. Because we have to see manipulation first. We don't see that manipulation here. You can say, okay, if you break this high, that it might be interesting. I do agree with you. If you start breaking this high, it could be good. But you also want to manipulate the lows here. So in my opinion, I think we refer back to the higher time frame for the NAS now, due to these closures below. Because what's going to happen is buyers are stepping in now. And then the 4 hour is going to close and it's gonna fuck us up. Okay, LTF swing for POC 22.55. Now we're getting somewhere. It's gonna be a long stream. Sonny says no turning back, no turning back. I mean, we're just gonna let a baby. I'm gonna let my son, right? Let's say my son, right? Let's say he's a baby, right? And I want him to learn how to walk. And I'm gonna let him walk, and he falls one time, and I'm gonna say, you know what? Maybe walking is not for you. Maybe you're special. You know what? You should not walk. You should swim. You would look at me like if I'm retarded. No, we say to a baby, come on, try again, try again, try again. And the older we get, the more we kind of lose that. We lose that fighting spirit that these babies have when they learn how to walk. Talking about babies a bit too much lately. 22.55. Closing above it. Wow, look at oil how it came back eventually. Oil and gold have a lot of similarities. Hackers, I just read your amazing ebook. I think swing volume profile is the ultimate weapon, brother. It depends on the thank you, bro. It depends on the market. You use the swings when we're trending aggressively. What's the confirmation closure below potential reverse or continuation play here? Can also be retracement, reversal play here. Break. That will mean aggressive move. As we closed above it. Overall, golds are always tricky ranges during the week of the NFP here. Just to clarify, who's trading the NFP? Are people trading the NFP here, or are people just watching the NFP play out? Does LTA consensus work on crypto? Yes. Volume profiles work very well in crypto. You see that actually people use much more volume profiles in crypto than in Forex for some reason. Yeah, definitely want to do the closure thing here. It's good that we break it below the LTF swing, but how many times have we seen this happening when you break down and the last minutes before the closure you flip? You want to put your stop loss, if you have a small count, you cannot put your stop loss all the way up there unless you risk like a minimum. You want to put your stop loss above the highs. And then pay very close attention towards the retest. It just seems like you're so confident about your entry. Why not sell rather than waiting? Which entry model? Which entry model are we seeing here? If you want to sell, G, sell. Nobody's stopping you, my friend. Model 1, no, false. Lorenzo, can you check the cash version chart of Nasdaq? We talked about this one also. Yeah, so this is the 4 hour, right? The 4 hour is the closest candle formation right now. You have the 2 hour, 3 hour, 1 hour closures all done. It's the 4 hour that's next. This next 4 hour might be the one. Like we talked about before, we start at the 15 minute, 30 minute, sometimes 15, depends on where we are. And we move up to the higher time frame based upon the closures. If the closures of the 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour are all below, then the 4 hour is where it's at. If you close the 4 hour above, the next 4 hour is where the money is at. So it's just, it comes down to an entry model on the 1 hour after the 4 hour has been closing above. Next bottom wick created, and then I want to see to enter there. So that's a beautiful thing. You start at the 30 minute. If the 30 minute doesn't give you the setup, you go to the 1 hour, you go to the 4 hour, and you build it up, and you go to the higher time frame. If you're willing for that and to wait for that. And do that with, if you are, impatient, do this with 2 charts, 3 charts at certain key levels. You get something potentially that is interesting for the day here. If you're just focused on gold, then simply just set your alerts. And say, okay, the 4 hour closure is in 30 minutes, so I'm gonna go and wait 30 minutes, do something else, come back to the chart, see how it closed. Gold coming back. Where are my sellers at? Yeah, we're coming back in that range again. Thomas says, hi, nice to meet you. We have another Tommy here. Great. Welcome, my friend. Welcome to the stream. For someone who is starting out in trading, would you have any broker recommendations? I trade with Vantage myself. It's a regulated broker. It's a broker. It's around, I think, broker around 12 years old right now. So if you are new, you tend to look at brokers, you know, with the best offers. I recommend to look at brokers with the most credibility and the longest history. So you have IC markets, really nice. Had some slippage problems there. That's why I went to Vantage. So if you're interested in trading with Vantage, you can also click on the link and you get a 50% deposit bonus. It's not free money. It doesn't work like that. Okay, people think it's free money. No, if you have a smaller account and you get a margin call because your leverage is like 100x and you know, want to go and risk that account, the deposit bonus is useful. So you click on the link, get the deposit bonus, and it increases your margin. So you have a little bit more room when it comes down to risk management. Well, do your own research. So we're back right now. If we listen to, you know, Style now, we would probably have a problem. We would have probably be in some issues here. So that's why our, you know, it's certain entry models we're waiting for. That's it. I get it. I get it. Like, we want to trade, right? I get it. I completely get it. But, you know, I just don't want to do random shit anymore on stream. In general. And if you want to check out the trades, check out the trade history, right? I think we had around, we took 26 trades in 19 streams. If this candle closes like this, right? Next candle comes down and it comes again into the LTF POC and it flips bullish and it breaks this initial break. Yes, then I'm interested in longing. We have a gap here. I'm interested in trading into that gap. Right? That's a 60 pip move. Could be good. Steven says, Lorenzo, I heard when the book will be available for buy and where? For buy? You want to buy it? It's free. It's 100% free. Get it in the description right now or in the chat. Okay. The book has been downloaded right now around 1,562 times. That's a front line right there. That's an army of people right there. Okay. Is it for beginners? It is for beginners. Yes, I made it in a way where I think beginners could get it, but also the advanced trader as well. I try to really balance it out and find a middle ground there. Obviously, you need to have an understanding of market structure. You know, all these things are important. What are higher highs, lower lows, lower highs, you know, all that stuff, the basics. Yes, I need you to understand this first, of course. But yeah, there are maybe 500,000 videos about market structure now on YouTube. So I don't need to teach you that. Right? Yeah, maybe, but I don't think so. I think there's enough information out there. When it comes down to this, I don't feel there's enough information out there. So this is nice. This is nice. If we got into sells here, we got trapped. We will probably be stopped out. You know, the people with small accounts, they enter on the breakout. Then their stop loss is there. Like a 20 pip stop, right? 20, 30 pips. Well, there you go. Bye-bye. And this is important here. We come up to this high in here. Because it is around a key level. That key level is 2254.48. The point of control of that swing. It's where the most volume has been traded. So you bet you want to see a closure below if you want to look for continuation down. But in this case, if you close above it and the next candle comes down and it flips bullish, there is that gap to target there. So that's potentially a trade. Nice emojis, fam. Creative, creative. Okay. So I'm gonna write it down. So waiting for closure, 30-minute closure. / 1 hour. No, 1 hour. Let's say just 1 hour. Close. Bottom wick creation. Plus flip, which is entry model 1, A. Ebook, page 50. Right back. Sorry guys, I had to replace my AGI, all right? My AI generated batteries. We're back. Yeah, the Matrix doesn't want Lorenzo releasing his super ebook. Hey, it's the secret. It's the secret of the banks. Right. It's a secret algorithm. Hey bro, can I still get my reward to 40k subscriber? Yes. Open a custom super ticket. You don't have it? If that's the case, then that's a mistake from our team here. We're gonna get it sorted. Yeah. Yeah, massive reversal here. Yeah, once again, that sell would have been a nasty trap. A nasty trap here. That's why that buy now, sell now thing is sometimes very dangerous. In this case, we're waiting for this. All right, let me show you it right now. We're waiting for this to happen or no trade for me. When will the V3 be open to people again? So the V3 is now called the LTA private group. We have no date yet, no specific date yet for opening here. Hey Lorenzo, at this time, would it be a good idea for EU break out trade, trendline breakout, asking because it can still move, or will the volume just stay stagnant? So gold is moving, Nasdaq's coming down again, you see it? So it's pushing down once again. That's why the same thing happened here, right? The 4 hour is what matters now. Would have also been trap. We would have then go long here, we would then come down again. eurjpy. So look at the previous weekly value area low. I'll be very careful long here. We're heading into that zone here. This was yesterday, by the way. It was the Friday range. The Monday range, sorry, the Monday range. Yeah, it's down here. Now, I would wait for price to reach this zone. The 107.825. If you get rejected here, fantastic. That's a short. That's a really nice trade. So yeah, it is. I get what you mean with the trend line here, but I think this is potentially where you can start getting rejected from. Potentially, so keep a close eye on this one. Lorenzo, how can I join your cult? Let me get it sorted for you. So number one, the number one rule of a cult is that I have to change your identity. I have to shift your identity here. So you are now LTA member 1468_5. So welcome. And yeah, let's start with your new beginning. Feels good, right? Yeah, feels amazing. 1 hour closure, almost there. Bob says, would the previous daily very high be an entry for sales possibility? Could it bounce off to the downside? Yeah, it potentially could. However, you can definitely see that buyers are still in control here. Overall, I don't see a direct reason to look for a short here again. I think that buyers are holding up very, very nicely. Even though, yes, we took out the lows. And the main reason why is just because we manipulated the lows because of all the stop losses and liquidity was built up below this level. So because it was pre-news, pre-job openings, the New York Stock Exchange open and all that stuff, we gained that momentum before the news. I think they shifted it to take them out. And now with that closure here, it kind of looks relatively bullish to me. So if we see that next candle coming down and it flips, and then I'm willing to just go for a long here, stop loss below the wick, and then target, go for some sort of wick fill here. Lorenzo at $120 balance from $28 today. What should I do? Well, number one, money is kind of irrelevant at that moment still. If you want to try to grow a small account to a bigger account, I think the skill comes first. So I don't think you should really focus too much on the money and on how much money you're making. I would focus more on the management and the risk management and start enjoying the process of a trade system. Once you get that system under control, then, you can build up your spreadsheet. You can win, you can lose, you can, build up a significant amount of trades, and you give yourself the time to develop. Once you feel that you're comfortable with the data that you have built and generated, you can try to do another deposit while, slightly finding ways to increase your risk, but not drastically, step by step, to see based upon your win rate, your overall numbers, if and what the limit is. Okay, something like that. So that's my suggestion. Because I could give you an easy answer. You went from $120 to 28. That's a 75% decline in one trading day. Now the question is this all your money purposely for a trade, for your trading? Then obviously we know that you know, the money itself is irrelevant. But an easy answer could also be just stop trading for today, come back, refresh, and dive deeper into what you're actually trading and how you're trading it. So we're now creating a top wick instead of a bottom wick. So if price comes down, and we have seen this before, so that's not really a problem. So if price now decides to come down here, and the wick still comes into play and it taps into the POC, and it flips it again, still long. But it has to then come down and come up again. Oh, you turned $28 into 120. Okay. Well, same answer. Okay, same answer. And you know, call it a day, man. That's my suggestion. Unless you know exactly what your strategy is and you see another setup that exactly aligns with your strategy. Do you talk about your spreadsheet in your book? In what way? Do you want me to talk about that? It's particularly about how to analyze the markets, how to look at certain key levels, and how to look for entry models at certain key levels. In terms of risk management, I was thinking about it. Should I put that in? Maybe in the next edition. But at the beginning, I was like, everyone risks different. People have different approaches in the market. Some people go with big accounts. Some guys have small accounts. They, you know, it's very hard to start saying this is how you should do it when it comes down to risk. You know, this is something that you have to discover for yourself. But who knows? Maybe in the next edition, we come up with a little bit deeper insights into how to manage risk with a couple of ideas, maybe. Some simulations, some ideas how to grow a smaller account, and so on and so on. Because there are some interesting ways to look at it. Your pay is extremely good. 3 hours, no open position. Sometimes I'm not trading like the whole day. Sometimes I have 4 trades in 1 hour. Like it really depends on the market. Sometimes it's just, it all depends. Thank you so much for the ebook, Lorenzo. No problem, man. And please, guys, come with feedback. Please, it would be highly appreciated. It's the only way we can make it better for you. Is if, you know, we get some feedback from what you have, you know, gone through. You read the thing, you go through it, you have questions, things are unclear to you. Just leave it in Discord. Drop it in the chat, and I'll get back to you. All right, I'll make sure that I'll answer it myself. And then I'll answer your questions right there. It's very important that we're on that there are no more questions, that we're on point, that you get it. So make sure you ask this in the Trader Forum. And if you are a VIP member in the LTA forum, okay? And I'm willing to help you out any given moment. Okay. Yo, okay. Should be good, should be good. Time to buy a new mic. Okay, we're pushing down. Karen says, get a new head card for when we box. I got 4, or sorry, 3. I'm ready, man. What's your size? What's your height? Six will be in Thailand in June. Pop over to Bali. Nice. Okay, perfect, perfect. It's a good height. Good. What's the time frame to page 50 on your ebook? The time frame depends on the closures. In this case, the 30-minute is fantastic. What's the difference between the CBOT market profile and the volume profile? Not much. There's not much of a difference. I think the CBOT market profile is more used on futures, but the idea is the exact same. It does the same thing. It measures the volume. It gives you the point of control. It gives you the value area. So that's all that matters here. Grants a sell setup, or are you only looking for buys? For now, only for buys. The reason why is because we have not seen a significant closure below yet at any given moment. We have not seen it. Every single time when we came down, we got bought up and we closed the body right above the 22.55. So for me, as long as we stay above here, yeah, I think a bounce for buys is still the most lucrative. And the way we're like waited for that opening of this next candle, right? The next candle opens bearish, opens bullish without a bottom wick, it flipped it. So the wick now is at the top. So in order to gain that momentum, we need to now tap into it again and then flip it. And if you then flip it, I'm long. I'm long. If you close below, it's a different story. Let's say this is that level. I've used the VWAP before on BTC or long-term investment. I like to use the VWAP if I'm scalping futures. To kind of get an understanding of the average, especially when looking at big moves in the market on the lower time frame. But not for this strategy. Yeah, keep a close eye on this direction now. If you start flipping here, I'm pretty committed into a long. We have around 15 minutes to do this. Any suggestions on how to keep your mind sharp before you sit down and start trading? Number one, know what your strategy is. Imagine just sitting down and you're like, I'm gonna trade today, and you have no clue what your strategy is. And you're just looking at some charts random, like you're just looking around and you think, oh, this might be nice. Oh, let me put it long here. Even if you win, it's not satisfying, right? It's not satisfying enough because you win based upon what? So get rid of that shit. Set up your strategy. At least you then know what the fuck is going on from your perspective, and then start winning. Then it becomes satisfying. Because you knew exactly what you were doing. So you can say, oh, Lorenzo, I turned $500 into 10 grand. Yoo-hoo, congratulations. With what strategy? Yeah, I don't know. That's it. Get this sorted. Lorenzo, is there any difference between what's in the ebook and what's in your mentorship? So the mentorship is built around, you go much deeper. Like there's much more to explain. But I do believe with the ebook, you have the foundation needed. And if I would do the mentorship or people in a private group and we're going to release the video series and everything, then of course I want people to have fully read the ebook. I don't want to have any guys in our community that didn't went through the ebook first. It's kind of like that foundation that you need to get started on the live streams. So you know exactly what kind of entry models we're looking for. You learn from that. If you're in a private group, you go to the material with already the understanding from the ebook right now. So that's why our release today was a special moment today, because this is the start of our new journey, okay? So obviously that's the next level, the next stage. Still holding above that. It's still holding. It's still holding. $10 minutes left for that 30 minute. Yeah, and it's important to mention that everything that I say here, it comes from my own experience. So everything that I talk about here comes from me fucking up, and from a lot of pain and a lot of, a lot of struggle, losing, being stupid, wasting time. So it doesn't come from, studying books. It comes from my own failing. My own failure. So, when it comes down to sitting behind your computer, you wake up, you're going to say, okay, I'm going to trade. You have 20, 30 different pairs you look at, you scroll through everything. You think, oh, this looks like a nice chart, a nice bullish structure. Boom, I'm going to go long now. You don't wait for anything. You just go long now. Then I can 99% be sure that it's not going to work out. Because I've done the same thing. I did that, right? I woke up, I sat behind my computer like a zombie, and I wanted to trade now. I wanted to enter now, and I didn't want to wait for anything else. It was all about now. Wait, this is exactly what you just explained. I think a lot of people have this, and I think it's a journey. I think it's normal. I think we all go through it, because it's just, imagine just making some money, right? Imagine just pressing a button and making money. Like, it's the ease that makes it so difficult for people. It's the ease of like, oh, I press this button right here and I am in position, and within 5 minutes I know if I make money or not. Very tempting. Very tempting. So the self-control is key. Horny says, hey bro, I confirmed my email 30 minutes ago and I haven't received the ebook. Try a different email. Look in your spam filter. Some, like, a lot of people have gotten it, so it's hard to say what the problem is. You take the short trade on oil. It was a beautiful. So the way that worked, that trade on oil, right? Same thing. Very similar to this one, actually, right now. But even clearer on the time frame. So what we do this, okay? This is the daily time frame. We draw the fixed range volume profile from the top to the bottom. We're looking at a swing on a bigger scale first. Doesn't always have to be the case, but in this case, yes. You have 3 levels. You have the very area low, the point of control, and the very area high. Right? You draw these levels out. This is what we call the swing val of a very area high. Sorry. You tap into it. So now your alert goes off because you tapped into it. Then you go into the 1 hour. You say, okay, we're here now. We tapped into this candle. Okay. The question is right now, do we close below it or not? Okay, candle number 1 closes below. Candle number 2 taps, closes below. That's a good sign. That shows me that this level is potentially holding here. Next candle creates a wick and flips bearish. Right? Then it's okay. What's the target? Well, this is a target. Could it come down more? Well, maybe. Look on the daily time frame. I mean, yes, you are already at 618 on the daily. So yes, maybe. It is a level to potentially look for retracement from. Could be the case here. Okay? Then, on the 1 hour, you see that break. That break is where you enter. After the wick, stop loss above the wick. You target initially, of course, the highs here. But there is still a gap below. You can say, okay, we can go down. Potentially more potential. But at least you want to take out most of that, at least 50% of that initial target here. So let's say that's around 50%. Now, that's what we do. That's how you target it. Okay, that's entry model 1. That's entry model 1. That's what you find right here. Some key examples are in there as well, if you want to look at it. Now, when you see price then pulling back again, you can even see that it's now holding respectively at that same exact level. I'm not sure if there were more entry models within where you can scale up your position. You can draw the swing here. And there we go. Yes, it is. So in this case, on the 15-minute, you have the value area high again of that internal swing. And that internal swing gives you this level. And this is what we call the lower time frame value area high here. Same thing. Okay. Tapped into it. Next candle breaks below it. Okay. Entry. Short, stop loss above the high, targeting the same levels. If not, potentially lower. Right? Because you look at a M formation continuation play. All right. That's what we're looking for. So that's what we're looking at. All right. That's a lower time frame example, higher time frame example. You can utilize both. So the hourly, the 15-minute, both are potential scenarios here. In this case, it's a pretty decent level because it's a daily time frame. But do take consideration that around the daily, you're probably going to see closures happening around that time as well. So the daily candle closure will probably be important, but the next day will probably be a reason for price to push up again, either set in a new wick before coming down. So even tomorrow, there is still a chance of getting into that position again, because we've seen that many times happening. If this is the reversal play on the daily time frame for oil, which is a potential level, then even tomorrow you have another opportunity here. So that's oil. For the dollar. Dollar is chilling, nothing too crazy. Hey, big shout out to everyone who downloaded our book here. Tomorrow on stream when we come back, I hope you guys have read it. I hope you guys went through it. And we can work with it together, okay? We had around 1,870 downloads today. So that's unbelievable, okay? 1,800 people that downloaded the ebook here. If 10% of you guys, let's say 5% of you guys are serious and really want to win and really want to work with this concept like we're doing here on stream, we're going to help you succeed. That's it. That's my goal here, okay? If 5% of you guys are serious about it, that's enough for me to work with, okay? So incredible job. Looking forward to it. It has been a lot of work, but it's going to be worth it. Okay, so buyer stepped in, no flip on this candle. So what happens now for me? The 30-minute didn't execute it the way we wanted to, right? And I'll tell you why. So the 50, it came down. The next candle should have been flipping the second candle. Didn't happen. So what needs to happen now is the same thing, but on the hourly time frame. That's it. So the next candle needs to do it on the hourly. Okay, and you have the hourly closure. Now is the time to do it. Okay, so that means that we have to wait a little bit longer here. I'm not going to do that today. But again, that's the strategy. That's the way we look at it. For oil, you could see that there were two opportunities here. That's also the reason why I decided to think about, okay, if we cannot trade gold every single day. I mean, we did 26 trades. We took 26 trades or 27 trades, sorry. No, wait. Yeah, 27 trades. No, 26 trades, correct. In 19 streams, right? If you want to be a little bit more proactive, I recommend to do at least get one more pair involved during the stream. So if gold doesn't give us the confirmation, we have another setup to look at. Okay, so that means that I have to do my due diligence before. One or two extra pairs, one of them potentially trade, so we can kind of get into a trade every time. But again, as long as it follows our playbook here. That's why I say oil was the perfect example today. Okay, so therefore keep in mind that this is happening all over the markets. And you guys voted here. 71% of you guys said yes. We had 2,460 votes. If gold doesn't give us our playbook setup, trade other pairs, okay? So let's do that sometimes, all right? Gold has the privilege, always. Gold is our main focus. If gold doesn't give us what we want here, then you know what to do, okay? We can look at the extra at the next one here. At the same time, I want to thank you guys all also for the 20,000 Discord members. It's really wild. 20,000 Discord members here. Almost 2,000 people download the LTA Concepts ebook on the first day. So we have a lot of room to work with, okay? My duty is to turn yourself into a better trader, but only you can do it. I can give you I can put everything on a pedestal for you, but You have to decide for yourself, is this what I want to do? Am I committed to do this? Yes or no? If not, no, no big deal. No big deal. Do your own thing. Fantastic. Okay? If you are, it's gonna be a nice journey. All right? So, no trading day today for me. Okay, not this time. Hopefully tomorrow we have catch 1 or 2 trades, who knows? Okay, but tomorrow we have at least 3 setups ready and 3 pairs ready to work with gold, of course, being our priority here. So that's it. Sundays are like that. Okay, part of the game. Excel sheet is in the description. Take care. Make sure you ask every single question possible in our Discord right here. If you're serious about it, that's the only way to improve for us and to get this thing started here. And I will answer you personally. Okay, ask me a question about the book, I'll come to you personally, I'll answer it. All right, doesn't matter how many questions there are today or tomorrow or the next week, I'm gonna be there. All right, see you tomorrow 8 a.m. EST. Ready for the Sellows playbook? Ready? We're ready to rock and roll. One more time, if you wanna download the ebook, get into the link in the description, get it, and then come back tomorrow, read it, come back tomorrow. You know exactly what we're doing here. All right? That's so sick, by the way. Such a sick stream overall. Thank you, Naughty Gamer. These names, man. Naughty Gamer. Euros, thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Hope to see you tomorrow here. Rodnick, thank you. Again, stay winning. Stay learning. Study. Study, study, study. It's time now. Time to step up your motherfucking game. Okay? Much love, fam. See you tomorrow. We're gonna be back. We're gonna be back this whole year. Trading this whole year. Don't worry. Time to improve. Let's go.
Bloody are the pages of history.